Beavis and Butthead are not real. They are stupid cartoon people completely made up by this Texas guy who we hardly even know. Beavis and Butthead are dumb, crude, thoughtless, ugly, sexist, self-destructive fools. But for some reason, the little wiener heads make us laugh.
And get my notifications down. 1 sec. Anyway, yeah, I got stuff I still got to do. I did not think I was going to start this early. But here we are. I dig it. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, when I said I was going to start early today, I meant it. The one time to where it's like, yeah, you know what? Let's start early today. There you go. Very early today. Seems good to me. Okay. I'm thinking we're going to be here all day anyway, so It's kind of... I don't really care. Sandus Boy! Welcome, welcome. Music is fire. Once again, well, the opening was Grand Theft Auto. But this song right here, this is from Yakuza 0. Part are you on the chapter? So, I'm pretty sure this is chapter 3, because this is the third class trial, and as usual, I'm spoiled by stuff in chat, and someone was telling me over on YouTube, hey, there's going to be 2 investigations, and I was like, I don't want to know that. Why did you tell me that? So, yeah. I wasn't told who, but I was told investigations, 2 of them, and it's like, I thought you, I mean, is it not in the title that this is? Which, also, that reminds me, I don't think I changed the title for YouTube. It might be from yesterday. Yes, it is the title from yesterday. Need to change that. Because I was thinking, because lately I've just been doing a lot of games to where it's like a new game to me. So, like, I have it in the title, first run for me. And that's there because, obvious reasons, this is my first run. Oh, God. Pocket Circuit Racing. One of the many, many games in freaking Yakuza. I love it. Oh, God, the music's bringing me back. I dig it. Yeah, I'm marking out to a goddamn song. Oh. Anyway. Too low! There we go. Yeah, so basically, 2 people died. There was a seance taking place. I thought that was... So, like, when it was going down, I was like, so these people are gonna do a seance while we are investigating, and I thought maybe, possibly, nothing's gonna come of it, and, like, everyone's just gonna say, well, it didn't work, you know. That's what I was anticipating. Like, when we finished up, and then we're just all gonna go to the class trial, and then it was like, somewhere in the mix of some of that, I looked over at chat, and on YouTube, it was like, so are you gonna stop the stream at the first investigation or the second? And I was... and in my head, it's like, do I address this? Or do I just... So, I didn't say anything, and I just... Because maybe it'll be a little bit of a dick move, but also at the same time, why the fuck are you bringing up that there are 2 investigations? So... And they are kind of a regular whenever I do Danganronpa streams, so it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be worse, but it's just something I wouldn't like to know. Because I want to go in not knowing a goddamn thing. Also, hello. Welcome, welcome. So... Meh. Something I wouldn't have liked to know, but I guess now we know. Either way, so... I did the first investigation, completed it all, we did the seance, and now... I kind of... So, if anyone saw, like, my Twitter or Discord, you would notice that I did put the wording something like, the first investigation seems a little straightforward. And this one, to me, kind of feels like there's going to be more moving parts. Or it's going to be a little bit more complicated. So, because of that, I thought maybe this would be a perfect time to kind of stop. And then tomorrow, which is today... to where we're gonna address everything, and we're gonna see what's up. Who actually died? So first we came across Angie. She was the first one. She was creating a council. Certain people could only enter, so we have a little bit of a locked door, a locked room investigation. So we got that going on. And we also have Tenko. She volunteered for the seance, and then... Well, actually, first, it was going to be Himiko, which I'm pretty sure she's gonna start thinking about, oh shit, that could have been me. So I'm thinking that Himiko's gonna be, like, really... Because, like, both of her friends just basically died, and I'm sure that's going to create its own tension and what have you. But Tenko eventually said, well, the spiritual medium is going to be the one to speak, so if you're wanting to speak to Angie, you can't really be the spiritual medium, so there you go. So yeah, it was also Tenko as well. So we don't have to put up with any more degenerate male talk, I guess. I mean, I did feel a little annoyed, maybe just a little, whenever that came up, but it's her character, it's her personality. Was a little sad when we came across her before the class the investigation and stuff, and there was something along the lines of, like, I'm kind of adjusting my mic here, sorry about that. There was something along the lines of, like, good morning, and forget who was with us. Oh yeah, we had Maki. We had Maki with us. So Tenko, she greets and says good morning to Maki, but there's still Suichi, us, and Taiko, the astronaut, and we're just like, so no good morning for us? I mean, it's part of her character, so... But anyway, we're gonna see what's going on here. So yeah, so we already investigated Angie. It seems straightforward, locked room. There was some gold leaf of a katana. We came across that from an earlier, because when we unlocked this floor, we did notice that there was a what is it? Anthropologist, I think. It was Kyo's lab, and there was a katana in there, and he even said, oh yeah, this katana's fake, but it has like gold leaf on it, and it flakes off real easily, and it's not made of gold. It's a regular katana, but it has this fake gold leaf on it. So I know, man, the degenerate males. Freaking degenerates. It is part of her character. The last words she did say to Himiko, I forget what they were. I don't think I could repeat them because I can't quite remember, but it was very meaningful, and yeah, I'm sure that's gonna hurt Himiko in this process, but... So anyway, that's where we are. So we're going to investigate Tenko's murder here. I have no idea what happened because the lights were out during the seance, and I don't know. Like, lights were out, and there was a thud. I thought she, like, fell through, because that floor is kind of like, it looks really old, and, like, I'm pretty sure there actually is, like, holes and stuff in, like, the walls and stuff like that. So I thought she, like, maybe fell through. And when she is, everything was in place, I didn't know what to think. So, and there's blood, and she was in a, what was it? The caged child seance. So there was a cage, there was a sheet, there was a, was it a dog? I think it was a dog statue that sit on top of the cage. It was a whole seance. So, who do you think did it? He does have a lot of explaining to do. His katana is missing. It's now in Angie's lab, and there appears to be blood on it. There is gold leaf on the lock, so that is his katana. But also with Tenko, he really wanted to do the seance to the point to where he memorized the seance, and he really wanted to do it. And it was something that he kind of didn't need to do, but I'm hoping it's not the case. I want to hear his side of the story, but I wonder how much he really wanted the seance to happen. Because, I mean, there was like a song that you're supposed to sing. He wanted us to memorize it because the lights were going to be out. So it's not like we could have, like, you know, our flashlight and, you know, read it off. But, so lights had to be out, all that stuff. Frosty Cats. Oh, yeah. But on an old YouTube account. Welcome, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, Kyo, he remembered a seance. He remembered, like, a song and stuff. And so we're just kind of seeing what's going on here. And the fact that he really memorized everything kind of gives me a little bit of pause. So it just makes me think, how much did he want this seance to happen? And I could fathom the idea that maybe it wasn't intentional, but he really thought he could do this seance or another. Who knows? And then I feel like there's one other thing. Oh yeah, there is also one other thing that does give me pause with Kyo, is he also was very quick to say, well, if there's 2 murders and there's 2 killers, how do we address this? Who is the blackened in all of this? He was very, very quick to ask that question. And, like, no sense of mourning, no sense of, like, oh my god, someone died. Oh yeah, by the way. No, it was, like, right when it happened, hey, there's 2 cases, there's 2 killers, what happens? That gives me a little bit of pause of just how quick he was on that. Not home at the moment, and I saw you were alive, and I thought I would come and say hello. And I appreciate that, man. I really do. Yeah, I didn't think I was actually going to start this early because, well, I almost just never stream at this hour, but a little bit different when I know that these class trials go on forever. And I have clocked in previous class trials to go as long as 9 hours, to as short as maybe 6. And I usually do the investigation and the class trial at the same time, and because we got 2 cases and the class trial, or let me be more specific, we got 2 investigations and a class trial. I could fathom this would have been a 10-hour stream had I did it yesterday, and I just didn't feel like doing a 10-hour stream. So I wanted to cut that down. So that's why I kind of did, I think it was like about 3 hours or so. We did the first investigation. Plus, it wasn't right at the investigation. There was like the start of the day kind of type of thing. So we saw the build up to it a little and all that stuff. So have fun now. All right, man. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, if anyone... Whenever anyone's got, like, their own stuff going on, you know, if you got a GTFO, like, you know, do you. But, yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Kyo is sus. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't want to point the finger quite yet, because there is the possibility maybe he was so obsessed over the seance, he was just focusing on the seance side of things, and maybe behind his back, someone could have taken the katana, did that, and maybe to try and cover some tracks during the seance, they decided to do something else. We are aware that Koichi, I think is his name. He can pick locks. So we are fully aware that Koichi, he would be one of the only people that could break into the locked room with Angie, and he could have done what he did. So that gives me pause with him. Also, he was conveniently there on that floor the entire time we were there. And even as we were talking to Himiko, like, hey, open up the door, I can't, Angie's inside, haven't seen her all day, yada yada yada, no one's been in there. And just miraculously out of the blue, Koichi is like, hey, let me just lockpick that door. And it's like, very quick. And why just all of a sudden out of the blue, bam, there you are. So he also has some explaining to do, and because he likes to stir the pot, we're gonna also have to see what he has to say. And I'm sure he's got something, but benefit of the doubt, let's just see. When was the last time we saw Koichi? So at the start of the day, like I was saying, we went to speak to Angie because we wanted to stop the ritual, and he was just right there. And then he was actually one of the first people that signed up for the seance, so he really wanted to do that. And even to the point to where he even was like, hey, let's bring in Kibo. And so, and then everyone, when they got Kibo there, all of a sudden they kicked him out? So maybe it's not right that we have a robot here instead of another human being, and that was a problem. And then from Kibo's perspective, like, it was some shit for him, because it was like, well, first of all, you guys forced me into this seance, now you're kicking me out, and now it kind of sounded like he was, at the very least, a little intrigued as to what is going on exactly, so it sounds like he was reluctant to join, but now curious to see what all of this is. So yeah, Koichi, he is a little sus in the fact that he can open up the locked door, so there's that. Plus, he was there at the seance, so once again, kind of like with Kyo, a little sus. So those are two suspects that I see on my list that I want to see what's up. Also, let's go ahead and stop the music here. And we'll go on ahead. And I'm going to check my audio, and then we'll fire everything off. Okay. Gonna say we're good. And now we just need to bam. Turn back the audio on. We'll keep it right there for now, but I'll adjust it a little bit louder as we continue on here. So yeah, we should be right at the... So yeah, we should be right at the second investigation. And I'm pretty sure we did all the talk, but now we gotta actually do the investigation part, so... We probably need to talk to everybody in the room, take a look at the body of Tenko. I'm pretty sure Angie's all complete. I'm pretty sure we got all the information we want out of her. I can confirm with that, because, like, we have a freaking seance. I think that's enough said. Okay, so let's probably start with talking to everybody. We'll go left to right. I said things that made Tenko look suspicious, and now this. She did say some things that she thought was a little sus, that she was one of the student council members and she could enter into Angie's room, and that's what she seems to be bringing up here. So, can confirm that is on her mind. But she might know some whereabouts of alibis and this and that. I'm sorry, Tenko.
Stop it.
Cry later. Oh, Maki, you're so cold. Huh?
Because.
Crying won't bring Tenko back. Also, I forgot to turn off the audio. My bad. We'll try there. We'll try there. Crying won't bring Tenko back, and if we don't investigate thoroughly, we'll die too.
Okay.
I need to find the truth and pin down the culprit for Tenko and all of us.
I guess.
You're right, Tenko would want us to figure it out so she'd have no regrets. That would be the best way to apologize. Tough road, but your mind's in the right place.
Well...
Do these floorboards seem a little unstable for you, to you? I thought that's what happened. I thought maybe Tenko fell through the floor. I thought that would probably be the thud, but no. So, kind of funny that she's bringing it up. They're tough to walk on. The floorboards aren't nailed down. They are just lying on top of cross pieces. We should not be on this floor. That's what Gunta told me. That's probably the reason they are a little unstable. I forget when he brought that up, but I remember that being a thing. That may have been when we first investigated this floor. I think he brought that up. They've only been laid on top. That's why they're unstable. Well, the boards are fairly thick and sturdy. I can't imagine they come loose easily.
Is this...
Just be careful when they shuffle. But if someone wanted to remove a board, they could easily do so, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose. I'm now starting to get ideas. If the floorboards are just laying on top, and you could easily move them side to side, can that create a gap? And can you do something with that gap? Because I do see blood. Wheels are turning.
Hey!
Damn it! Himiko, hey! Himiko, be strong, Himiko! This kid don't have enough mana!
Wait!
Gunta, if you shake Himiko oh god, he's shaking her. She's going to break. Something might.
What?
But she's not talking. It's like Himiko not even here.
Like I thought.
She must have been really shocked over Tenko. Let's leave her be for now. Tenko and Angie. Okay. Himiko. Oh, it hurts so much. Also, apparently, Kibo is lighting the entire room right now. I don't know if we can talk to him. Can
Leave it
we?
to me.
Leave it to me. I'll become the guiding light that shines on all of you. Okay, so that's all he's gonna... That's more than I thought I was gonna get out of him. But yeah, this room is apparently so dark, it's kind of hard to see everything. And apparently Miyu is the one that did all of that, so... I'm guessing she's gonna brag about the lighting in the room. Because she helped invent this lighting on Kibo? This expansion is over and shut. And it's all thanks to me for giving Kibo his new function, the lighting. Now then... Confused Killer is obviously one of you stupid assholes who signed up to do this bullshit seance in the first place.
No.
No, not necessary.
Huh?
Not necessarily. Seriously, this seance was clearly set up to lure her in and kill her. But it could have been anybody in that basket. The first person that did so was... It was actually going to be Himiko, which I can't... I mean, yeah, she did lose two close friends, Tenko and Angie, but also... I can't imagine that Himiko is also thinking about, that could have been me in that basket. I was the first one that volunteered. That has to be going through her head. And I just feel so bad. How could someone who wasn't in the room kill her? Bottom floor, somehow?
Could it be...
So you believe that Tenko was killed during the seance?
Fucking moron!
There's no other possibility. Shit for brains, God. You don't even know that? funny, she wasn't even a part of the seance, and like this is like the first thing that comes to her head, and it's like she's not a detective, but I think she's on to something. It is true that Tenko was alive before the seance began, and we can confirm that. This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. Apparently, she couldn't speak because she would be speaking. The next words out of her mouth would be stuff involving, like, Angie. We were trying to get the spirit of Angie, and yeah, this is what happened. So she was gonna be like saying things on Angie's behalf. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood? I will not say a word until the seance is over. I'm not gonna lie, to some degree, I almost kind of hope that the seance did kind of like halfway worked, because that would have to warrant a cutscene. You could still have the killing, but I think in a better way to tell the story, you might be able to like have the seance work. And half the shock is like the seance worked. And then there will be like pause of like, well, when did the murder take place if she was talking? I think that would make it way more interesting, but I can see why. I can also see this being another option. More sensible option. Tenko answered Kyo, so at that point she was most certainly alive. Can't confirm. But when the candles were relit, she had already been killed. That means she was killed in the dark, I'm positive. What time exactly was Tenko killed after the candles were blown out? I'm guessing 12. That may be an important point of this case. Because I think it was 11 a.m., which is kind of funny because I think it was close to 11 a.m. my time when the time of death came up. I just happened to look over, I was like, oh my god, it's like 15 to like 11. So, would have been funny the idea that my real life time zone actually almost lined up to Angie's. Or actually, 11 was the discovery of the body. I should have said that first. That was the discovery of the body. The actual time of death, I think, was like 2 a.m., I think. The actual time of death was 2 a.m., but, yeah. Okay, I think we left off with Gunta? You might have something to say. First Angie, then Tenko.
How can this be?
Gunta's so ashamed. Why Gunta no protect friends? Stop beating yourself up, dude.
That cannot be.
Why? Why did this happen?
I knew it.
Kyo, I know the murder was pretty shocking.
But of course.
That was the Kyo that I thought was gonna take place when Monokuma showed up. Hey man, welcome. My GD Central, thank you for showing up. Hope you enjoy the stream. Yeah, right now we're just kind of going through, this is my very first playthrough of Danganronpa and Danganronpa version 3, Kill in Harmony. And I played the first two, thought they were awesome, and going through this first time, and gotta say, I'm loving the game. Of course, I am shocked about that as well, but why did the seance fail? We performed all of the steps flawlessly. He seemed more concerned by that than the murder.
Ah, yes.
Which tells me he really wanted the seance to happen. If we perform the caged child again and summon Henko's spirit this time, no!
This is stupid.
Cut the crap. Just tell me what happened during the seance. Both you and Suichi were present, right? Did she get killed during the seance? Yes, can confirm.
I see, yes.
True, it may be the best to move past what happened to know why the seance failed.
Is that so?
Whatever, just hurry up. At the time, in order to begin the seance, we had Tenko, the spirit medium, position herself as a turtle within the magic circle, so her head touched the marker stone. Then Suichi and Kokiichi placed the cage over Tenko. And apparently that cage does weigh a lot. Apparently, Kokiichi, he was saying like, I think he was bragging about, oh yeah, I could lift this all day, and then it's like, no, I'm too weak. I remember that line, I'm too weak. And after that, I placed the white cloth over the cage. Then all four of us placed the wooden statue of the dog god on top of the cage. Which, with all four of them, was still really heavy. Afterwards, we stood in the four corners of the room. Kokiichi and Suichi blew out the candles. And we had to use the wall to find our positioning. Finally, we all sang the Caged Child song. The seance should have been complete, but... no dice. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing a strange sound during the song. There was a thud. Oh, by the way, I'm watching, just not talking because I'm still gonna 100% Horizon. That's... I wouldn't want it any other way. Like, I do that all the time when I just watch streams and stuff. Just play a game and just... So, it's all good, man. Enjoy Horizon. But also, you get to hear me. The Caged Child song lyrics, or did it eat the girl? Makes sense. Who knows? Maybe she was eaten, and now all of a sudden we're just seeing like an out-of-body experience of the body. I don't know. Strange things happened. When I did hear that, my first thought was she fell through. But when I saw the cage and everything, I was like, okay, well, I guess she's fine. It is a mystery to me as well. I thought someone may have tripped, perhaps. That was a pretty loud sound for someone who tripped. Perhaps Q knows something.
What do you mean?
And then what happened?
Yes.
We called out to her, but no reply came. I had Suichi and Kokichi relight the candles. And then we removed all the items from within the magic circle in the opposite order. First, all four of us removed the dog god statue. Next, I took off the white cloth, and then Himiko ran over to the cage, and the moment she lifted it, then it sounds like Tenko was definitely killed during the seance.
No.
But it would not be difficult in such darkness. Besides, she was inside the cage, yes? Oh god, we just spoke to Miyu, and even she is kind of like calling out the sus.
Then?
You gotta find the sussy blackened, yeah, 100%. And then, was she killed?
Well, that's...
Yes, that is a problem.
I see, yes.
I think we need to investigate the floor below and see what room is there. Is there another problem?
How?
And that is... why ever did the seance fail? I simply cannot figure it out.
Perhaps.
I just want to say, I think there's like more important things than this goddamn seance right now, but he constantly wants to bring it up. Maybe someone moved from their corner. Did someone else sneak in here?
What's the point?
Obviously, since the seance was clearly a sham, Maki never was one to pull her punches. I think we need to see the floor below. I think there might be something there. Okay, so... that was, Pio, right? That we spoke to?
How?
Oh, right already.
Say, you're right.
We don't need to find clues. Yeah. And then we're re-elaborating everything that we just did, etc. Yeah. So that was Kyo that we did speak with. So then I think it's Kokichi, I think is the last person we got to speak to, and then let's look at the body. And then I could only assume we better check the floor below.
I knew it.
No.
Not where...
Okay.
Not sure where that is, though. Okay, we already speak to Miyu, Kibo, so...
Oh, man.
Now, this guy picks locks, so... what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something. You're still bringing that up? Oh, that's it? Okay. Yeah, I thought there was going to be more to it. Okay, so... dog statue. So, wooden dog statue used in the seance. I believe it's called the dog god. During the seance, this wooden statue was on top of the cage. It took 4 of us to remove it. This wooden statue is pretty heavy,
If I remember correctly,
even for 4 people. Theo said it was about 175 pounds. That's about the weight of 2 girls. Yeah.
What?
What do you know about girls? Have you even touched a woman besides your mother? What?
I'm kidding.
I'm kidding anyway.
Is this...
If this heavy thing was on top of the cage, then Tenko wouldn't have been able to get out easily. Probably not.
okay.
Yeah, you're right about that. That didn't sound like you were kidding earlier. An assassin, by the way. Because she's serious. Dead serious. Oh, I thought I was looking at the sheet, but okay, I guess we're looking at the circle. It's the magic circle Kyo drew on the floor, which he memorized, by the way. He even there was like certain symbols on the ground as well, and apparently he even had those symbols memorized. Well, at least it was.
Oh dear.
Hilarious. It's been completely stomped over. Yeah, we had to kind of, because people running all over the place, so I could imagine that's the reason why we see everything the way it is. I suppose it was unavoidable.
Well...
Also, apparently it was made out of salt. Was this drunk with salt? Speaking of the devil.
Yes.
Whenever I perform a seance, I always use salt.
What?
Are you feeling alright? You sound ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
I have performed many successful seances. Why I've ever had spirits enter my...
I'm right already.
Shut up. I don't want to hear about your stupid delusions. Maki really doesn't beat around the bush. It's kind of refreshing, actually.
But
In any case, with all of these footprints, I can't make out the original circle.
So what?
We'll find out in Kyo's lab. It should be written in the Cage Dog Village document.
Hey,
Isn't that right, Kyo? He seems depressed. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, I was lying to look at the cloth. It's the white sheet we use for the seance. This was placed on top of the cage. Kyo was the one who removed it.
is this...
New human watching. This cloth is pretty thick. It's similar to a window curtain, but it's completely up here. And on the back. Look, there's a blood stain on it, right around the middle of the sheet.
But
Would that mean the bloodstain was so bad it was able to get on the sheet? But no hole in the fabric. We need to investigate this further. Which means Tenko wasn't stabbed through this cloth.
Okay.
She was stabbed while underneath the cloth. Interesting. I had a feeling this was going to have more parts than anything. I don't think anything's going to come from the candle, so... But I'm just clicking on it just because. Yeah. Okay. And we're probably going to get another generic message with the other candle on there. So we took a look at the circle, the cloth, statue, cage, right? Oh, we can't look at the cage. So let's look at the body, I guess. There's the cage. Okay. This is the cage used in the seance.
Is this...
It looks to be around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. It's a pretty large iron cage.
Okay.
Big enough for a person to fit inside. During the seance, Koikichi and I covered Tenko with the cage. We were supposed to remove it as well. But it was Himiko who rushed in and removed the cage first.
Hey,
Look at this.
is this...
Oh, there's blood on the cage. A blood stain on the bottom of the cage, probably Tenko's blood, yeah?
That's true.
Yes, I imagine so. The splatter must have been made when she was killed.
What do you mean?
Which means Tenko was killed while she was inside the cage.
Okay.
I think you're right. Tenko went under the cage before the seance. But when the cage was lifted after the seance, she was already dead. I'm just looking at this right now, and that to me, like... Hold on. That to me just looks like a gaping hole right there. Right at her feet. It looks like she's laying down on a board. Like, that's more than, like, a gap. Like, that board is popped out. Again, more questions. But when the cage was lifted after the seance, she was already dead.
Then...
If she was stabbed right when the cage was lifted, that would explain the bloodstain, right?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, that looks like a giant hole. That's not like two boards like shifted apart. That's like a board popped up and it's like laying down like that, and you just got like this gaping hole right here. It's like, yeah. That gives pause right there to me. Perhaps she wasn't killed during the seance, but the exact moment of the cage was lifted. That is a possibility. I don't know. And it does look like the board is... Thank God, I was gonna say... This floorboard is loose. And it's the one right under Tenko.
Why?
Why is this floorboard loose?
If I remember correctly,
It wasn't like this before. It must have came loose during the seance.
Why?
Why would it come loose during the seance?
but
A floorboard this thick and heavy wouldn't have come loose easily. Then someone must have loosened it on purpose. Yeah. Alright. Blood or no? Marker stone. There's a rock next to Tenko's body. This must be... There was a stone she had to lay her head on, apparently. Please rest your forehead upon this stone marker. I've placed it here. It's just a stone I brought from the courtyard. Are you sure it will work? Certainly. It is merely needed as a marker for your forehead to rest upon. Like this? Tenko had her forehead on this rock, hunched over. She had to make herself small to fit inside the cage. Okay. I want to look at the blood because I'm assuming that's going to tell us where the... Like how the body was killed, I guess. But maybe not. Tenko's dead body, she took her last breath, crouched over like this. According to Monokuma file, her only injury is the stab wound to her neck. This wound was fatal. This must have caused instant death. I didn't hear a scream during the seance. Wait. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Would Tenko really keep her mouth shut despite the pain? I mean, if you're being killed...
Nope.
Her death might not have been instant, but she haven't have gone far before she bled out. Funny thing is, they say the injury's on the neck, but when you look at this image here, I would think it would be closer to a stomach wound than a neck wound. I would think the blood spread would be closer to like her head, but it's more at her torso. Unless the angle of it is kind of more like if it cut upward, because then it could probably hit the chest a little bit and go through the neck. I don't know. I would think for a neck wound, it would just be like all over kind of the neck and upper torso, but it's all at the torso.
Huh?
What do you mean?
What's the point?
You are concerned about that, right?
Okay.
With a wound this deep, the victim is too shocked to do anything except die. Says the experienced assassin. You are speaking from experience.
That's obvious.
Of course, quick deaths are my specialty. Well then, that makes sense.
By the way,
The real question is, what was she killed with? I don't see a murder weapon around. Good question. There is no murder weapon. You're right, I don't see an obvious murder weapon. That could be a clue. I don't know. I have ideas. Okay, yeah, so we already did all of this. Can't look at the blood. We... Wait, what? Over here? There's a small opening in the corner of the room. It doesn't look big enough for a person to get through, but still.
is this...
Yo, guess who I am? I have no clue. A lot of people come and go, and some people even like switch from YouTube to Twitch and vice versa, so I have no clue. A hole? Looks like there's space under here, too. Hold on. I can see something below. It looks like something dropped down there.
Huh?
Wait, is that another gap? What, something dropped down there? Oh, Frosty Cats, welcome, welcome. Was something dropped from here? Or maybe that's like another board.
Hey,
After we checked everywhere else, why don't we go under the floor and see for ourselves?
You're right.
Right, let's do it.
by the way,
It seems pretty dark down there. What should we use for light?
That's true.
Let's bring a candle. With Kibo's light from up here, that should be fine.
okay.
Welcome in, I appreciate
Okay.
it. This game still gives me Persona 4 vibes. Oh yeah. Because much like Persona, this game also has an anime, a manga, etc. So it's kind of established. So it's... And I thought I heard there is a new game coming out on the Switch for this. Only problem is, I want to play it, but it's going to be on the Switch, so I don't have a Switch, so I'm going to cross my fingers and hope one day it will go to PC and PlayStation, etc. If it makes its way to PlayStation, I'm sure it's going to make its way to PC. Okay, got it. Thank you. It's called Danganronpa S. Yeah, I know there's basically their Switch is getting like a bunch of games because I guess they just never got it before, and now I think they're getting like a bundle pack, essentially. And I think that has its own name, but looking into it, it's basically Trigger Happy Havoc, Kill and Harmony, this one, and Goodbye Despair. I pulled off some of the floorboards near the hole and took the candle from Maki. Oh, and the game is already out. Interesting. By the way, for those that are new to the channel, I'm both on Twitch and YouTube, so yeah, if it looks like I'm talking to somebody, it's probably over on the other channel, so just a heads up. Have to GTFO, have fun. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for stopping by. Then we carefully made our way through the hole and under the floor. Oh, dude, you can even see the dripping of the blood. What the fuck? Was it flipped around? I'm just looking at everything and it's like... So we got blood down here. But if we look up above, we got blood over here. But we also have blood all the way over here as well. Why is there 2 spots of blood on the left and right? That's odd. That's... So... I don't even know, like, how that... One has to be the original stab, I guess. And then somehow it was lifted and shifted? Odd. Yeah. This gives more questions than answers. This is a lot more spacious than I thought. You can move pretty easily on all fours.
Okay.
I'm guessing. So some buildings, the way they are, you can have like a false bottom. So you have like. So if there's multiple floors, you do have like the ceiling to the lower floor, but you also have another floor, and that's for the next. But you've got like this. It's. I'm sure for some buildings, like more like office buildings today, that would be a way to like, you could kind of have like a workspace to kind of like, if there's any wiring or electrical equipment, like, you know, ceiling lights and what have you, it could probably be like a way they could probably like move around and not have to like shut down that entire floor to like fix a lighting what have you. So they could probably do everything from within the ceiling, I could assume. Also, maybe like air ducts as well. You could probably have like access to an air duct, and then you could like look into it if there's anything in particular clogging or you need to extract. You would have like that false. So it's not supposed to be like large enough that you could like walk around in, but if you like crawl in, you could move around easily. I could only assume that that's what that was. At least that would be my guess. I'm aware of them, but never actually saw them myself personally, but I am aware. Okay, so pretty sure we're there. Let's look around for clues. It would look pretty stupid if we found no clues after crawling around in a dusty place.
Okay.
But yeah, this does make it way more like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah. Yeah, I see like 4 points of blood, and it's like, this is clearly the resting. But this could be the stab. Dry blood? Dried? Dry. That don't make sense. There's a bloodstain on the ground underneath the loose floorboard. Dried means it's old, but we know Tenko is fresh. Like, it's minutes. So why is there dried blood? That would take hours. Interesting. But that's pretty far from where Tenko's body is dripping down. It's underneath the same floorboard, just at a different ends. Why is there blood here?
Hey.
The back of this floorboard has blood on it, too.
Ah!
You're right, there's a small bit of blood on the underside of this floorboard.
What do you mean?
Did Tenko's blood splatter here when she got killed?
That's true.
I wonder. I can't really be sure yet.
Okay.
But these bloodstains here are completely dry. There must be some reason these particular stains are dry. That don't make any sense. I have a theory, but that would mean how far does this area stretch? What the fuck? What is this? Some of the wood has corroded and is broken off, so you can see into the next room. Go on.
Hey.
This is the wall to the empty room, right? Looks like there's wood along the wall. This part has rotted away. Looks like natural rot. This hole wasn't made intentionally. But I can get into the next room though, here.
That's true.
If I remember correctly, the next room, the room next door is also empty, right? But if there's a loose floorboard, then the culprit could have gone from room to room by moving under here instead of using the hallway.
No.
True, but it would have been difficult moving around under the floor. Huh. We did alright because we had a light. Without that, it would be pitch black. That might make it possible to move around in here.
Nope.
Literally confused. Why is there another room even? This is telling me there's a lot more to this. I thank God I didn't do this yesterday, because I think this would be a lot of information that would just go right over my head. Angie was straightforward, but this... What the hell are we looking at? Then they could have used a light like we are doing right now.
Well,
True. They used a light to move around under the floor. Is that possible? Can we go through it? I want to go through that. Ah. Well, that's something. What the fuck? There's a sickle here. And there's blood all over it.
okay.
Well, I guess we found the murder weapon. The blood on this sickle is fresh. This is it. This is the murder weapon.
Is this...
This came from my research lab.
Huh?
It did?
well...
A sickle can be used to assassinate a target. Anything sharp can assassinate a target. It can be thrown without losing any lethal. And you can hide it under your clothes too.
Well,
If she was attacked with this, she wouldn't stand a chance. The blade is about 6 inches.
That's right.
And if you're pressed up against the ground, you're not gonna need much. And since Tenko was in the cage, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself.
but
But even if this is our murder weapon, how did the culprit attack Tenko in the cage? The blade could fit through the gaps in the cage, but could it reach her neck?
That's true.
The cage is 3 feet high. If you were to stab into it with a 6-inch blade, well, it would depend on Tenko's posture, but I don't think it's possible. Then her posture is the question.
Hey,
If the weapon is down here, the culprit must have thrown it away, right?
that's true.
Perhaps after killing Tenko, the culprit threw the sickle under the floor in the dark. I want to know if that's dry or wet blood. They could have been under the floorboard. They could have been under the floor the entire time. Either of those is possible. I mean, we know it's got blood, but is it wet or dry? Yeah, this is just something else. The floorboards too? What? Oh, yeah, there's a cut in it. Look, part of the crosspiece that supports the floorboard is cut off.
that's true.
It's near the loose floorboard, and the portion missing is about the same width, too. And from what I can see of it,
That's true.
it wasn't broken off naturally. This was cut by someone. They should be saws in the warehouse, so they could have used that. The question is why. Another crosspiece is supporting the floorboard, so it might not fall if the portion is missing.
Then...
So what purpose did this serve? The floorboard underneath Tenko's body is loose, and the crosspiece supporting it has been cut. The culprit did all of this, then why? I think we've finished investigating here. Do we need to check the other room, though?
Is that alright?
Maki, you want to head back up? Glad you asked. I'm starting to get fed up with all of this dust. I would be sneezing like crazy. Indoor allergies. After Maki and I crawled out from underneath the floor, we put the floorboards back and returned to our investigation. I think we need to check the other room.
By the way,
We've only been investigating this room. You sure that's wise?
Huh?
What do you mean?
because
If Angie and Tenko were different killers, then the Blackened we need to vote for is
You're right.
the culprit for the first murder. The culprit who killed Angie. Here's the thing, though. Are we trying to get the first person that was killed? Or the first one that was discovered? Because I know this seems like ridiculous, and I don't even know why I'm bringing it up, but if there was some way that Angie was killed second, but Tenko was killed first, then are we still looking for Angie, or are we looking for Tenko? Because I don't think that's the case, but that is something I'm gonna... Because moments like that is where I gotta, like, really pay attention. You gotta really pay attention to the wording that Monokuma says. Because he would say something along the lines of the first case, the first murder, the first this and that, and it's never, so you mean this person, and then he would, like, give pause. And that we know of, it's Angie, but if somehow, some way, we actually are supposed to be investigating Angie's body, or Tenko's body, and not Angie. Anyway. The culprit for the first murder, the culprit who killed Angie. That's what Monokuma said.
then
So instead of investigating Tenko's death, shouldn't we be investigating Angie's?
Okay.
Yes, of course.
But
But this is bigger than the killing game for the sake of the two who died. I need to reveal the truth of both their deaths. Well, I understand why you feel that way. But if you plan on investigating the other crime scene again, we should probably hurry. I think we did everything we can here. When I came to the hallway, a scene more surprising than I could ever imagine unfolded.
It's a lie!
You just want to stir that fucking pot again? You want to stir that fucking pot? Did I surprise you? Were you gonna scream and cry in terror?
Huh?
This fucking dude. What are you doing?
Oh?
Sorry, I'm just a little lightheaded from the blood loss. Yeah, this is real blood. Who's? You or somebody else?
Why?
Dude just likes to stir the fucking pot. Okay, so what are you doing? I got curious about something, so I decided to search the empty room next door. Then suddenly, I stepped through the floorboard.
Huh?
Stepped through a floorboard.
That's so mean.
Jeez, that got me good. Because of this, I tripped and fell pretty hard.
Got a minute?
If this was anybody else, I would be concerned, but this fucking dude... Jeez. One of my favorite bits. I see why. If you're going to lose consciousness, do it after you tell us everything.
Ah.
Sorry, my bad. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck. The crosspiece was gone. Does that mean... Oh, perfect time.
Huh?
Confidence! Dreams! That's what the Killing Game is all about! Killing Game fans! Hold your head high and watch with your own two eyes! Baseball, soccer, mobile games! They're all nothing compared to the Killing Game! The Killing Game just can't be beat! Behold, students! The entrance to the trial grounds!
I thought we were going to be doing a little bit more investigation, but I guess not. So... What the hell? I thought we were going to hit one more place, and... I guess that's a no. So... Alright. Well, okay. I guess time's up.
Go.
So, Kokichi, we gotta listen to what he has to say about the other room. Because we don't know what happened. And he's the only one that knows. And he's the only one that can pick locks. So he's the only one that knows how to pick Angie's locks in the room of Angie and her lab, etc. Stirring the fucking pot. Just stirring the fucking pot. Oh man. It's because of you guys I didn't have enough time to check something.
Huh?
What were you trying to check?
See?
I wanted to research the seance again, so I brought this document with me. But unfortunately... Don't say that!
Man.
I couldn't find anything new that could be as a clue. Kyo perfectly reenacted the seance as what was written in the document. He drew his magic circle the same exact way as in the picture. Not only that, he used the same exact tools, too. Nothing suspicious about this whole thing. Well, I wanted to check the finer details, but I'll tell you about it later. Oh, not now, but later. That's very comforting, coming from the guy who likes to stir the pot at the class trial, so see you there. Kokichi left, the blood loss clearly affecting his footing a bit. Huh. Let's go too.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. Is Maki nervous? I see, so she gets nervous sometimes.
Do you want to die?
What are you staring at? Do you want to die? Well, I really want to, like... I forget if it's the left or right room I want to check, but... Okay, so... You gotta go. Great. I have no idea anymore. I have no idea. Huh. Okay. So... Luckily, I did all this today, because I can really see myself not understanding what the hell is exactly going on. It's that floorboard part that really throws me off. Because why is there dry? If it's wet, then I could fathom the idea that somebody, like, had Tenko but moved the body around, but that don't seem to be the case. Hatch Toes, welcome. Appreciate the follow.
Oh dear.
It would appear we all have gathered, but it seems there are less and less of us.
Oh.
Less friends mean it that much harder to solve mystery?
Don't worry.
I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gunta. Yeah, Gunta do his best to help. I want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito's idiot level?
What?
What's that supposed to mean?
Are you okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now, but now, Maki Roll sure does pack a punch. Maki, can you punch him?
I don't know.
It's your fault. Well, there goes that idea. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far. Oh, that hurts.
That being said,
I know it's all tall order, but try to use your brains this time so I don't have to use mine.
Hoo-yah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
rest in peace.
Atua, please. Please lend us your power.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua. Considering what happened to Angie, whom Atua loved most of all.
Well, you know.
She shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. But seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in a god, especially Atua.
I also...
So what? Robots can believe in God.
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Angie, I had a similar experience. Hearing voices, I mean. Might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do whenever I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you going to say that for? Atua and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap.
Huh?
His trap?
That's right.
He probably made the 4th floor so scary on purpose to prevent
All
me
right already.
from investigating? No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, so
Apparently that response even shocked him. Suichi, say something.
Huh?
What should I say? Lol. As usual, we walk toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining survivors stepped aboard. We descended. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. And so we fell faster and faster downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it?
Uh-oh.
Boy, they look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now.
Hmm.
Don't say they look depressed. You'll make Mona damn sad. He's very depressed. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth, let's hurry up and get this started.
Extreme!
At least the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. The third class trial was about to begin. Angie, the Ultimate Artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try and prevent the killing game. Then Tenko, the Ultimate Aikido Master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? We need to pin that down in the class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I'll fight with the truth and the lies in the class trial. And it's going to be difficult to discover who the sussy blackened is, but we'll see what's up. Only 6? I don't think there's much we could get with 6. Well, unless we want to get one of the bigger ones. I'm almost thinking, fuck it. I think we're good. Because some of them we can't even touch. Yeah. I'm gonna say we're good. Clear Mind is OP?
Let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm going to be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Yes, not a transfer student.
This crime was committed by the recently
Okay, so we have Monokuma 3, which is... Okay, so that's talking about Angie. The other one is the Necromonicon. I forget what the third one was. Okay, it also goes into Tenko as well. Necromonicon is... talking about the ritual. So, Necromonicon will be tied more so to Angie. What was the third one?
They came back to life
Really?
and killed two of our club.
Hold up. So all of this is about Angie. Well, I guess she was the one trying to perform the ritual. And I don't think it was a success.
Classmates!
No! So, ritual did work?
No, it didn't.
That's wrong!
Oh, you gotta go? Alright, man, see ya.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
I vaguely remember that. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necromonicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sparkling the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second! I can't let that comment stand! Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true! I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible!
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Okay.
The culprit used a katana to kill...
Okay. Well, to rule him out, I don't think he would know how to unlock the door, so technically, yeah, the front lab with the cylinder lock, that would be... He wouldn't be able to do it.
Angie.
Okay, that's the lock-picking of Kokichi.
And it was...
What's her account? Angie had locked herself in the lab, yeah, working on the ritual. Okay, so in her words, it would only be for Gunta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Tsunegi. Gotcha.
Found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in.
Damn it!
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke...
Really?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
I feel like I got it right, but maybe I hit one of the other? Really, the culprit, does that story fit with the facts of the case? Kinda not. There's no way he would force himself in. Okay, so...
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
Really? I'm pretty sure that's it.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
I'm so sure
and
that's
it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
I was wrong!
I don't see how that could be it,
The culprit used a katana to
though.
kill Angie.
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But
anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo. I did not care about
some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
That's wrong!
It's not the lockpicking?
No, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people. 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Whatevs! The culprit should confess already! Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Gonta
I'm
not
not
culprit.
the culprit.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be a suspect
Will not betray student council.
And do you have an alibi for last night?
Gonta in room talking to bug friends. Much better than being out too late at night.
I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Sarkiichi? To point out inconsistencies.
You must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be a suspect who
And not betray student council!
What?
That's utterly impossible. Not just anyone could open that door. Only student council members have access.
I heard it! No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. There, open sesame.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method?
Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was. That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
Well, the culprit used to lock the sliding door from the outside was... Oh, God. Really? The sequel? I don't know how much of this we need to... Okay, so it's not that.
I see it!
The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock because...
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
A different purpose. What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Okay. Oh, crap. Crap. I actually don't know. Fuck. Thank God I just have to guess. If I actually have to call it out, I don't know. Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought I had to switch lanes. I think I did terrible, but
It connects.
there you go.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh! Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
All right, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Cum dumpster! Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
What should we talk about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
A suspect? I never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider! Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down!
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting...
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We've got to figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
We have simply a lot going on. I just did not think we were going to go down certain roads, and we just did. And Miyu, you know what? Detective Sparky was right. Horny jail. Miyu deserves to be in one. Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her?
Himiko. Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously! It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Yeah. Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is... Death Curse!
I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too!
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
By the way, I may have made a reference to another streamer, and I just was like, I think she would be streaming right now. I so want to watch her stream because apparently she's doing Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, and she's right now in the middle of, I could only assume, the investigation of... Well, I mean, spoilers, but, yeah. She's at a chapter right now. I forget what chapter it is. I want to say 3. But yeah. Just kind of interesting. She kind of discovered my channel because of, I guess someone suggested me, and I heard she was doing Danganronpa, but she's doing Trigger Happy Havoc. And I was just like, I'm just gonna look up and see what she's doing. She is streaming right now, so that's just kind of awesome. We're both doing investigations and trials right now. Taiko?
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
By the way, if anyone actually does go over to her channel, do remember, spoilers. No mas. No mas with the freaking spoilers. Stay away from that crap. And plus, this is like her first Danganronpa ever, so
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They are not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. We do need to rule out if there are a single killer or two. I could only assume alibis and stuff would be of help. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Crotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Crotch!
Yeah. The people who attended the seance.
That's it! It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this. Don't know why she would say that, though. Very well, I shall begin the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
A point of entry from outside. You must be referring to...
I was wrong!
The floorboards? Well, if it's not the hole in the wall... Get in from the outside. I really thought it was.
I was wrong!
Wait. Is that highlighted?
There!
You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person could move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer. The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Just 4 words.
By crawling under the floor.
Flashlight.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kiba's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
I tried to do that earlier,
Oh no!
but it didn't work for some
The culprit
reason.
sneaked in during the seance.
By crawling under the floor.
During the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
Can't hit that first one, though. It's true that with a little light, you can move around under the floor. But thinking about that room, I don't think it would be possible to use light under the floor.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, villain had a light.
Okay, so that's not it.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, villain had a light. The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, villain had a light.
That's wrong!
I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from underfloor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this, you mustn't speak. Next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Huh?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
Okay.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
Oh no!
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Damn it!
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Oh no!
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit. I was wrong.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no down!
Did I just shoot right in between that? Tenko not being killed during the seance. Impossible, she couldn't have been killed when the cage was open. I'll prove it.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
I think it's the she.
She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted.
What
about moment cage was lifted? When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw. So who lifted the cage?
Me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
No?
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time.
I think it's the third. I just don't know what item I need to bring forth.
So fast, no one saw. So who lifted the cage?
Because there's bloodstain on the sheet and on the iron cage.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
Damn it!
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't.
It
Was it the dog?
She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted.
What
about moment cage was lifted? When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw. So who lifted the cage?
Then obviously
Himiko is the culprit.
I was wrong.
When Tenko got killed,
it wasn't during the seance.
Ah, fuck. You're on the right track. I know I am.
Is this... We can't let it end here.
I want to say it's the third one. And we do know there's blood on the cage and on the sheet.
when Tenko got killed,
I just don't know the right
it wasn't during
placement.
the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
No.
When Tenko got killed,
I want to try that
it
other
wasn't
one again.
during the
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was
Pretty sure it's the third.
What about moment cage was lifted?
What's lifted? Culprit
And I'm thinking
stabbed
about the
Tenko.
blood stains.
So fast? No.
She was lifted the cage.
Just don't know the right
Then obviously
placement.
Himiko is the culprit.
Oh no!
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was the whole time. Oh no!
When Tenko got killed,
I feel like I'm using every single possibility.
Cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
The cage was lifted. That's wrong.
No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
what? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here! No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Out of all the people to contradict us, it's her.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage! They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Damn it!
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit. And that's none other than Kyo!
Did that
blade's
not?
all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Oh no!
I was never good at this.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far
What
from
the hell was
cage's
it?
gap. In which
I was trying to
case,
angle it,
the
and it was
person
just
who
like
lifted the sheet
rapidly
is the
just.
culprit, and that's none other than Kyo. The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
We need the right blade.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I was wrong!
These are two different
The blade's
attacks.
all you...
Truth cut, confirmed cut. Okay.
Knee. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Well, it's clearly that one, but
Oh no!
The blade's all
I
you
just
need.
don't know what blade it is.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
It feels right.
Oh no!
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through your words!
There we go. I just got the wrong blade.
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible!
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that! Screw spirits!
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible! Spirits can't be culprits!
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done that!
Wait! I know! What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance!
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I
noticed.
agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
The they she's referring to... Oh god, we have to pick? It's not Gunta, is it? I don't know why my mind went to Gunta.
I was wrong!
Sorry about that, Gunta. I actually don't know who the actual killer is.
I was wrong!
I'm trying to think of, like, who... He said he wasn't. And I believe that is a lie. Wait a second. But... No. No. What?
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say? Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
No. Hey, Angie, when did you...
Tenko's pent up frustration
Hey, Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial, so she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her. Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
But what are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason?
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a hidden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person!
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide. But only because they're latching onto the earliest answer. She wouldn't have had the strength to throw away the sickle. I have to lie.
So far, suicide seems to be the best. This explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Oh no!
So far,
I
suicide
think it's
seems
her
to be the
last
best
moments.
explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the
Just don't know where to place it.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
Oh no!
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Okay, so he's the last one to speak.
So far, suicide
seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid
Her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko... Tenko did commit suicide.
Does it mention anything about Tenko? Okay, it does.
Suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it. Finally, with the last of
Her strength.
I was wrong!
Okay.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Damn it!
So far,
suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have sickle.
Oh no!
so
If
far,
it's
suicide
not-
seems to be the best explanation.
Her last
Her plan was to
moments.
take
Take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. But if Tenko did commit suicide,
It would be the Monokuma File 3.
she could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it. Finally, with the last of
Her
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Can't be
Her plan was to take us
Child,
down
is it?
with her.
I've been wrong before.
Oh no!
So far, suicide seems
the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she
Hid her true intentions.
Wait, lie?
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
Damn it!
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So
Miss
she
her.
hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the
Yeah, we have to lie.
secretly brought the sickle
And stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last
of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor because she died instantly.
instantly.
Her death might not have been instantly, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No! There must have been a way! We're gonna figure it out!
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's some... I need some clue. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I agree! Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but...
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, something like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound has something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. Oh, fuck. Could it be the hole? Is that an option? If I see the hole as like a thing, I'm gonna go with that. Oh, wait. No. Hold up. Where was it? No. That wasn't during. Yeah, that was after. Huh. Okay. It's gotta be something with the floorboards.
This is it!
It's gotta be something with the floorboards.
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
Could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right, then. Let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now. So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
I agree. Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the crosspieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the crosspiece?
What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, you will need to think carefully about the crosspiece and floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. And the cross piece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. The only one of the cross pieces was cut. The other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. And the other was in the center, right? About where the edge of the cage was. That was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard. Think, come on, think. Game over. Fuck.
We can't...
I forget if we have 100 tries to do this. So we need an S. Need another S. Seesaw? Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Seesaw... I don't know. Seesaw... Huh. I don't know. Seesaw. EF. Seesaw. Seesaw effect?
I see now.
Okay.
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that. Unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. I just don't see how that's a thing. I would think maybe that's going to be like the back of the neck, but surely that's not the case. This guy, big brain, yeah. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence.
I was wrong.
Damn it!
It's not in the cage, is it? Is it?
That's it!
I thought she was from the
The
front.
sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle, rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
I'm not saying this is wrong, but what I was under the impression it was in the front. Because when I saw the body, I never took it that the injury was in the back of the neck. I might want to take a look at that Monokuma file again.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
All that she wouldn't even be able to lift Tenko. It's one of those things. Also, where the fuck did my text go? Okay. Apparently there's a button to hide the HUD. Thank God I rediscovered it. Okay, so... that puts my theory right back at Kyo. Kyo is just acting sus to me. We didn't miss any other dialogue, right? Or no? I think we're good. However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance, and suggested the middle room.
But how would she know about the seance? I don't think she even knew that that existed.
She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. But there is a giant gap in the floorboards underneath. I remember even looking like around, because I thought it was just going to be like more or less a restricted area. So when we went down to check the floorboards, I was looking left and right. I barely noticed the sickle, but I distinctively just moved to the right, and there was a giant gaping hole in the wall underneath the floorboards. I'm thinking that there is a possibility, and there was rot. I'm thinking the possibility that either of those rooms could have been used for this particular seance. If I didn't discover that giant gaping hole with rot, I would maybe say otherwise. Because technically Himiko did choose, but I think it's very possible that all three rooms were prepared for just such the occasion. That's just me. Because how would Himiko know about doing the seance? She was with, like, Angie and, because she was with, like, the student council and stuff. I don't think she even knew that there was a seance thing or another caged child, etc.
Well now.
But anyway, I'm just thinking out loud as usual. Looks like we have reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz? The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn out, boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
I'm sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I'm gonna put up with all this nonsense all the time.
Absolutely right!
That's the right answer, Monodam. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
I noticed it was kind of like that ever since Monokuma came back. Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you are killed in this game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and get you tons of posthumous popularity?
Daddy!
You don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details.
All right!
Dying makes you more popular than We Gotta Die Soon too. I want to say foreshadowing, but there were more bears than before. Just saying.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Ah! I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
I cannot believe it was in my face the entire time. Throughout the entire game, Himiko has always said, "I'm too tired, it's a pain." Lifting a finger is so hard for her. That alone is enough evidence for me to say that this poor kid needs mana. She does not have enough. There's no way she could have done it. That was part of the reason why I was loving this particular version of the game, because I found it hilarious of how empathetic she is. And the fact that she, even at this moment, she should care, she's way past the point of caring. There's no way it could be Himiko. And I can't help but notice that Kyo is very confident. Like, he is very direct and straightforward. It's fishy. It's odd. But I don't think Himiko's the one. And I think I saw it from chat. How can someone so small be able to have enough force to lift the entire body of Tenko? So, it would have to be somebody of, I would think anyway, Tenko's size and weight. And once again, kind of going back to Kyo, he would be the right size. But again, thinking out loud, Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kanade died. But we can't give up. So where she's given up, we have to pick up the slack. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died. Oh, God.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah, even if Himiko picked the room, someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
If the culprit's plan were to make Himiko a suspect, they might have made the same trap in the other rooms as well, which is what I was thinking. There must be some evidence that supports that idea.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
I think we need a lie.
Oh no!
I'm gonna try lying.
Performing the seance in that room.
I just don't know where.
Was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Performing the seance in that room.
I don't think we have any evidence that could show, like, oh yeah, by the way. The only thing that we have is that giant hole in the wall, but... Wait! I forgot about that! He was investigating the other room. So Kokuichi might know something.
Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
I agree. It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I just want to make this gesture every single time. I feel like he's just stirring the fucking pot. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kind of stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
I feel like this really should have like a cutscene for it. With dialogue. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive!
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn! Well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? That's it. That must be the reason. I didn't think that was going to be it. That was kind of more out of a lull. Could it? I thought maybe there might be some weight to the rock. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it would be because of the, It could be because of the weight of the statue and everything else, right? Or the cage? Or no? No? Okay.
Oh no!
I don't think we found duct tape, though, at the crime scene. Huh. Could it be the circle?
This is it!
Oh.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
It's dark in here, so to be sure to watch your step. If the circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit... There's no doubt in my mind. They are the one who killed Tenko. The only person had the opportunity and the motive. It's gotta be, right? And he even looks sus!
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo? Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo?
Answer already! Did you do it?
so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
Culprit stepped on the exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right floorboard. Although, even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see at all. They used... touch?
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
Couldn't the salt be used? No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene, I know it. My guess is it's salt. Huh. Magic? Magic. Huh. Magic candle? No. Magic. Magic circle! Where's the L? Where's the L?
I see now.
But it is the salt, though, of the magic circle.
That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see, another piece of the puzzle. Drawn the circle with the salt, but all guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Miu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
Oh, fuck.
Well, Shuichi?
I'm fucking up here all over the place. Jesus Christ! I can't go back and read old... Okay, well, this is just grand.
Do you notice anything?
Notice anything?
There! This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie?
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document.
Hey, welcome, man. Appreciate you stopping by.
But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my thanks? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
Your what? Why?
Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so... See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction. Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
What? Alright, here we go again.
If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
Oh god. So they limit your slice.
If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them. Oh no! If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and... But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
I'll cut through your words!
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
What?
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
We have to solve Angie's case.
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
That's right. What happened to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. First come, first serve. Also, it was Kyo that asked this question. Just wanted to point that out. For some reason, it didn't show up here, but I know it was Kyo that did ask that question.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie!
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that! Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this... The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds.
What?
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. I feel like this just came out of nowhere.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not Blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
I'm gonna fuck this up multiple times.
Is this... We can't...
Do we really need the cutscene again? Alright, fine. We'll do the cutscene again. And I think we have to 100% it, don't we? Which sucks.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not Blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Okay. Says that you consider looks weak. They have to work together. Fuck! Do over! Demand a
Kyo
recount.
killed Tenko and Angie!
Kyo.
Kibo, we don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
The katana
What?
was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo!
Fuck!
Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not Blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He's planning to use the new rule to protect himself.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
God damn it!
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not Blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He's planning to use the new rule to protect...
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved them.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Nailed it. Oh, shit. I just want to say that last part's a little pointless with the button mashing. We proved our
It would be a
point.
mistake
Move on.
to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. Something that's tying both of them together? Well, they both were stabbed in the neck, which is odd.
I was wrong!
Should we... yeah, let's try the Monokuma file. No?
I was wrong!
Oh, wait, yeah. There was dry blood. Why? No?
Damn it!
Wait, was that the right one? Or is there specifically something dry blood? Dry blood.
This is it! The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because... happened before the seance?
That's it! The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. Gotta be Angie, right?
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
And she left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or... Oh, shit.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night. She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
What did Kokichi see? There were only candles in there. Why would she have needed a candle?
The art research lab...
Oh, yeah!
...is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
It would have been in the Necromonicon.
The art research lab...
Right?
...is not where Angie was killed.
Because she's trying to do the ritual.
Room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! Wanted a candle!
I agree!
She was trying to do the ritual.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play!
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead...
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necromonicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be Atua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. The forehead? So we need to see Angie's stuff. It would have to be forehead injury.
This is it! The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from a katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear? What are you all? You what? What are... I will not fear. I will not back down.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself. Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
Okay. This bullcrap again?
Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You would tend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
I was wrong!
So it's not that.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
I don't know if we need to get the top part.
Oh no! You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
Maybe we are supposed to get both.
Damn it!
Fuck.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body?
Oh shit.
And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
That feels like that should be the hit. I just need to know what
You say the culprit carried
blade.
Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
Is that not it? Which one did I not use?
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
I feel like I'm just so fucking close.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
So it's not the gold leaf.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of
It's not
blood
the
fell?
monokuma file?
The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
That has to be it, but...
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Oh no!
I don't know why I'm missing here.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
I feel like that's it.
I was wrong!
I just don't know if I gotta hit both.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
Wait, does it have to be at the exact same time? Hold up.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Oh, never mind.
Cut through your words.
Apparently there was a second one. I thought there was only one. Whatever.
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Well, it's the only one that's shaking in their boots.
It has to be you!
It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
The murder that was an accident. Banshee?
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then, you should have just stopped there. Tenko killed Angie. There was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What is it? What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. So you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
I somehow want Mio to say something along the lines of, that lipstick would look better on me. All of a sudden, I just started thinking that. The idea. No evidence. There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening to Kyo. Exactly what I wanted to say. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. It was the katana, wasn't it?
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Apparently I'm not good at holding.
Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess.
What the fuck is going on?
Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well, I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told
Plus,
you
I don't want to apologize.
culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
The what?
I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth.
I'm confused.
Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
It ends here.
Oh, remove the floorboard. That's what
Keo
that
hit
was.
Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dry blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the blood stain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
Ah.
I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with a floorboard.
all you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
So it's true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house!
Shuichi, please, put an end to this. For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial!
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Kyo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
And here we go. So... hit the sliding lock. That would be... here? No! That's not the sliding lock. Well, it sure as hell's around here somewhere. There we go. Okay. Small stone. Okay, so that would be... would be Himiko. Here? Ah, okay. Struck duct tape. So that would be here? God damn it. There we go. Okay, remove gold leaf, Tana. Removed? Okay. Half assault. That would be during the seance, so... that would be... at some point they make their move. Probably here? Yeah. Okay. Remove floorboard. That would have been a long time ago, right? Okay, who they saw? No. Put her unconscious. Oh, but it was used to hit her. Here? Okay. Sickle place to kill. What's the other ones? Cut cross piece under floorboard. That also feels like that should have been... they saw in the empty room. No. Oh, okay, so that would have been when everyone is scurrying, like, oh my god, she's dead. how it was erased. So we got a couple new ones. Let's go with the stabby stabby. Over there. And then let's see. Stomp hard on the floor. That would be near the end. Probably right there. Picking the lock, that would have been when we discovered Angie, so that should be right there. Suichi extinguishing the light. Probably would have been there. No? Okay. There we go. Place sickle. Are we still missing one? Thought we got them all. Which one am I missing? Ah. Damn!
This is the truth of the case!
Took a while. Oh, we got it.
Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down. There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko, in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. the culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the caged child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan: to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle. Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders. That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekio. There are times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately, yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart-racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
It's voting time! Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result. Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Yes. You know what that means? I should have that remembered. Thrills, kills, chills. I am noticing the bears are also dying off, and they're almost getting similar, like, so when someone dies, you have the picture, the cross, X, and it's like, why are they doing that with the bears as well? So, yeah, it's kind of, I'm noticing that too. Seriously, they're correct again.
Absolutely right!
Amazing. This is the third correct verdict in a row.
All right!
If you manage to get 12 verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. Is the game telling us that if there were to have one person, would there be like another thing or another that would take place? How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right!
Yeah, he no need to kill both, no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with a transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me. Were you actually scared of resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up!
Pick a number between 1 and 3. I'm gonna go 1. I'm gonna go 1. Shut up. I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Yeah, you said that you were playing the game, so I figured it had something to do with it. I just don't know if I'm picking a chest or a particular quest. Nothing to do with it? Because we are friends, I'll tell you I never once believed in the ritual. But had everything to do with the seance, right? I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive.
Yeah?
Then why?
Yes.
Now, it was between Horizon or another game. Oh. Well then. I thought it was something within the game. Shows what I know. For the one that I love.
There is
What?
someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
What?
This explains the multiple personality disorder. That would explain the lipstick. Bragging about your perfect love? Love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. Oh, Miu. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko, but why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I had did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want a disgusting shit stuff bitch like you anyway.
Kersploosh!
What? What?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's the person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
I mean inside me. That's what I took it as.
sister.
Yes, the one I love. Yes, the one I love lives inside me, my dearest sister.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me, I'm not his sister.
Right?
Well, duh. If you were his sister, he wouldn't kill himself already. He would have killed.
Wait!
He would have killed himself already. Your sister, but didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover.
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
The funny thing is, if I could play copyrighted music, something about playing Sweet Home Alabama does just seem fitting right now. That is why, for my beloved sister, I had to...
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I would find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Huh. Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister!
For sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy.
Yes.
Yes, Kyo, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Okay. Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught, I nearly went mad. Oh, I bet you did. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
It's wonderful, Kyo. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
Actually, I think that's accurate. I think he did. Oh, Jesus Christ, no! Is it happening? Did I just get raided? I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of have the stream on my other monitor reading chat, so I'm fully aware of the class trial that you guys ended up seeing. So, yeah. We are just now finishing up a chapter here, so just to put it out there, we are experiencing the end of a chapter here, so like class trial, etc. So just a heads up for it. If anyone doesn't want to see what's about to happen in this particular, I'm just letting you guys know, so. Just wanted to say hi. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Do check out Detective Sparky. She's awesome. I've seen a little bit of her stream, so. Yeah, I appreciate it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, but for anyone that's just coming in, so yeah, basically I'm Live to Win, and I just kind of do a lot of variety, and right now I think I just finished God of War, and I would have been playing Horizon Zero Dawn, but I kind of ran into a class trial, so I was like, let's probably finish off this class trial, so I decided to go with that for today. Have a good one. Thank you, Detective Sparky. Thank you so much for everyone coming in. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna have to leave. No spoilers for me. It's all good. Like, I completely understand. If you're watching another streamer and what they're going through, completely understandable. For those that are maybe playing the game themselves and they haven't seen any of this, yeah, now's your chance. I'm just giving you guys the heads up. So, you know, your choice is now. Your choice is now. But yeah, so basically I'm just normally I'll probably just like continue on here, but I'm just gonna give everyone the chance, like if they want to stay or go. So yeah. Haven't started. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I already played the first two, and what I was seeing with Sparky, she's actually kind of going through one of my favorite chapters in the first one. So the whole thing. There's something I want to say, but I just now realized, you know what? That's a little spoilery for what's going on with me right now. Going through this particular chapter. So, but yeah, very interesting what Detective Sparky was going through. I forget specifically the chapter that is, but let's just say it's the one that involves Sakura and Trigger Happy Havoc. Yeah, I was actually watching it on my other monitor, and I just happened to look over and I was like, wait a second, that looks like something that looks familiar. Oh, it was the end of chapter 4. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was thinking, for some reason I thought 3, and I was like, wait, no. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, it was chapter 4. Okay. But yeah, chapter 4 is like one of my favorite, I think, god damn it, before everyone left, I kind of wish I was quick on the draw, because there actually is a tweet. It'll probably take me forever to find it, but there is actually a tweet I made when it came down to that chapter, actually. But it's probably going to take me forever to find that sumbitch. Like, we have to go back. Way back. But yeah, I actually tweeted about that chapter because it really took me by surprise. God, wait a second. When the hell did I play that game? It actually might be years. Well, shit. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't try looking up that particular tweet, but I did, like, tweet out about the end of that chapter, and it was, like, that particular chapter just really took me by surprise. It was one of my favorite chapters, so, but yeah, I do a lot of variety. I finished God of War recently. I'm going through, as of right now, Horizon Zero Dawn, and of course, Danganronpa version 3, Killing Harmony, so. Anyway, again, I really do want to thank Detective Sparky for rating my channel. I really do appreciate that, and I do thank all of you guys for stopping by, but again, I really want to make sure that you guys understand what's about to happen, so I'm going to linger a little bit and just let that be known, so. I just hope everyone understands, and by the way, it's completely understandable if no one wants to stick around for this, so. I'll catch you later. Thanks, Detective Sparky. Hopefully I get to catch one of your streams, but if it was going to be Horizon Zero Dawn today, I probably would have watched your stream until it finished, but anyway. But yeah, if anyone has to leave because they're playing the game, or maybe they want to see Detective Sparky's playthrough, completely understandable. So hopefully, maybe you'll be able to check out the channel whenever I'm not playing Danganronpa, or maybe when there's downtime with Danganronpa 3. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get back into the game here, but. Again, completely understandable if anyone needs to leave. So, you said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the 2 you killed here?
What was that?
Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends?
Huh?
The hell? Only girls? I see. So when we were deciding on who should be the medium, before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl? I spent my time elevating all the girls here. Evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides, Maki and Miyu, they were all worthy. Okay. I completely understand Miyu. But why Maki? Is it because of her background? I mean, all the way up until the very end here, like, Miyu was weird. All worthy of being sisters' friends.
Yeah?
All worthy?
Why, you...
How come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care. Oh, I bet you actually care.
Then
The victim could have been me. I was actually thinking that she was thinking about that at the start of this trial. Maybe it's just now sinking in. Tenko died in place of me? Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No, I will do it.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko voluntarily made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for Sister.
Wonderful.
Can we just see Kyo for... I mean... Usually how these games end up, they always like to build up to something. They don't... I can't help but notice that games like this, they love foreplay. And we gotta go through all the foreplay before we actually see the finish. She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko.
Huh?
Would not be surprised. Infiltrate? Really?
But...
How did you... Autocorrect tapping? Oh shit, are you on like your phone and stuff? I hate that! I hate that. Yeah, I've used my phone multiple occasions. You try and type in, like, I guarantee you, if you try to type in the long form of, like, Kyo's name, I guarantee you it's gonna autocorrect to something else, and it's gonna be like, sometimes you actually have to fight the fucking autocorrect. So, don't worry about it, man. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I forget what I was looking for on my phone, but I remember trying to type in something, and the phone really wanted this specific, like, phrase or word to be it, and it's like, it's not it! And then, yeah, I completely understand having to fight the autocorrect, so... I can't even offer, like, a solution for that particular thing, because, like, yeah, it's... The only thing I can figure is maybe, if you can, maybe don't do a sentence, you have to do, like, word for word. It is gonna look like spam on my channel, but I'm a small channel, so I could probably take a little bit of spam. That also just now reminds me, I have a mod that does like to do a lot of spam. I think he just does it for the lulz. I usually watch on my laptop, but I'm playing... Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, probably don't have a second monitor and probably don't want to, like, Alt-Tab or whatever, or what have you. Yeah, it makes sense. So it's just kind of easier to just lift up the phone, you know, do some taps. I feel you. It was obvious to me I have studied many people.
Can this be?
Yes, she stood up against the darkness of this school by all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for Sister. I can't understand why you didn't like Himiko.
Well.
Though I was planning on having you become Sister's friend too, eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for... You did all of that just to kill? For you to go that far? That's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interests me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that.
For my beloved sister!
I wanted to kill for Sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Oh yeah, I was looking at that. Okay. I thought I completely closed my web browser there for a second. Kaito, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's just focus on Kyo right now. Kaito, are you gonna pass out immediately after we solve the case and see the execution? Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister.
Correctio.
You are such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
Oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send 100 friends to Sister. I'm poor, can't even afford another monitor or even a PC, so I have to play on a TV. I'm not gonna lie. I actually have two... Officially, I have like 2 TVs and 2 monitors, actually. Everyone's message right now, my chat PC, that's... I am actually using a monitor for it. So, I got them, even though it is off a laptop, but it's like mirroring an image, so, like, it's duplicate. So I'm just reading your guys' message on a monitor. I'm playing on a gaming monitor, but I also got 2 other TVs, so I also know that feeling. They were just cheap. I just needed another monitor. I didn't need anything special. I just needed something 1920 by 1080. After that, I'm good. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Kyo's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
Do you want to get a PC really bad for Christmas, but we're struggling with money? Yeah, especially with like the pandemic and stuff, it's going to be very... yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, some families are just kind of like that. So I know some people that are very similar. That right, killing 2 friends for your dead sister.
But how?
that wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
Kaito, are you okay? That's right, even though I'm a ghost now, I am always by Kyo's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister, I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing makes sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair?
And another thing.
All deaths are unfair. Sometimes this bear is sarcastic. Sometimes this bear hits a little bit of truth. And then there's this. It's somewhere in the middle. Yeah, it's unfair. And yeah, it hits home. And yet, for some reason, why did you bring it up? Which is why I think it's sarcastic. Why do you think news stations get high ratings when they're reporting on death? Reporting about death? No, they just like to report bad news. That's how everyone keeps watching. No one's gonna watch if everything's good, but the second something's gonna kill you, or this and that, all of a sudden, the ratings go up. Gee, I wonder why. Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies the philosophy, right? That philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. Something about that face saying that line. If people were watching this...
Shut up!
I don't know how many people are still here from Sparky's stream, but, fuck. Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me!
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, basically I want to say something.
So
but
then...
also at the same time, I realize I can't. Just in the off chance that I might be spoiling the game for somebody. For those that probably don't know Detective Sparky, just in case if there is anyone else that just came in lurking. So, like, she's a streamer that raided me a while back, like a week or two ago. And she just raided me again. And I don't know how many of her viewers are still here. And she just went through Trigger Happy Havoc. And she's at the... I think she finished the 4th chapter. So, yeah. So she's just getting into the game as well. And I want it to be really good for her and her viewers, so... Alright, I've completed all games. Nice. Okay, I think I screwed up here. Only sick fucks enjoy watching this. Hell yeah, if I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching. The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister...
I think I shall go and see her now, my beloved sister. Almost kind
Sister.
Almost kind of sounds like he wants to die. I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's alright, sweet Correcchio. Come with me. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
It's the moment you have all been waiting for. Punishment time.
Huh?
Punishment time?
Sister.
My beloved sister, at last, I finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, for now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others.
What?
Wait, I can't accept this.
Therefore,
like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
from an anthropological point of view,
why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never increase?
yes.
Because death can be very hard on people, and they want an explanation and answers, and living without certain people in their life is very hard. Sounds like I have experience in this field, because I do. The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How do you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Kyo Shinjuji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost, as your friend. I will watch over you?
That's right.
You did kill 2 people. Can you watch in a corner? I would prefer that. It wouldn't be just me and Kyo. All of those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. What?
How gory!
No. Put it down. Why? You knew what you did.
How can this be?
What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide. Oh, that's what we're calling it now.
Yay!
It's so cute. So freaking cute that he would kill himself. Because he couldn't get along. And Dan committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right!
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me.
Hey.
Who's Monodam?
Eh?
You already forgot? That's kind of scary.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial has wrapped up without incident. So, I'm gonna take back this here Necromonicon.
Wow, wow, wow.
Can you burn it? Just saying. Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use this? You guys should have brought someone back to the life and added them to your roster.
You?
Shut up. How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one?
Eh?
Well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's been just the two of us this whole time.
Oh, yeah!
It's too bad you missed your chance to rise the dead. That's what you get for doubting. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up. Leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together? Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Gunta do his best.
Then Gunta do his best to keep everyone safe. Gunta wanna protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Suichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh?
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent.
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put it in the effort so everyone can trust me. She ain't saying what I think she's saying, is it? That to me kind of sounds like if she knows someone's gonna get killed, she would rather kill the killer. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki? I see. I wonder how long that will last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki rolls one of my sidekicks. Can we come up with something else besides roll?
Got a minute?
I get hungry every time. I just keep thinking dinner rolls. I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki Roll?
Oh.
You guys are so close now. This must be a powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing several people. 7 people! I'm the worst. Especially not after losing 7 people. You're right. Only 9 people left now. Well, what'd you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away and only 9 remain.
Actually...
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But...
Just 9 of us?
Well, you know...
I just hope to God that the student council is dead. Humans are like weeds. Too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude!
Stir in the pot. Stir in the pot. No, I'm not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know...
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito?
Well, of course.
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey!
Hold up, Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. I thought that was Angie's idea. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength you've got.
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seems like everything is settled for now. Even though we're missing her.
You alright?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gunta can do to help? You can tell Gunta.
Hey!
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Good to understand.
You're so dumb.
Why? This, fine. God, Himiko is such a liar.
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will and the world was compressed with just the truth.
But
even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know.
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
nuh-uh.
I only said that because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
What are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying while you are talking to Angie, go ahead and cry. Your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger. I think normally she would just not say anything and just suppress it. Now she's progressing. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as I lured by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. How much was your PC? Which one? Chat, streaming, gaming. Because, say, chat PC, that was back in like 2010, I think. Probably would have been, I think it's refurbished. And I want to say that was like about 900. The streaming PC, I actually don't know the actual, it's actually a little bit of a story, but basically, someone basically got it for me, is what ended up happening. I didn't know the full details until, like, afterwards, but basically someone bought it for me, so I actually don't know the exact price tag. But looking at the specs, it's a i7 9700. There's no number afterwards. And then the graphics card, I think, is a RTX 2070, I think. So you could kind of take that and decipher roughly how much that is. I don't know if it's new or used. Looks new, but I suspect it might be refurbished, maybe. I could probably guess it's around that same price of 900, maybe a little bit over. Yeah. And then my gaming PC, that one, essentially my big boy, that was back in 2018, 2019, and the RTX series just came out. It's, originally it was a RTX 2080, but something happened to where I put in a RMA, and essentially it's a return policy within the graphics card. It's from MSI, and instead of sending me one, they sent me two, and I just went ahead and kept both. So that's a thing. So I kind of have a RTX 2080 Ti. So that's the thing. And it's a i7 8700K. So I could essentially, that letter basically means you could overclock it to a degree. And I think it was like 2000 something, if I remember correctly. Do you prefer pre-built or for me to build your own? I would suggest build your own, but I can understand people may not have the time. They may not be able to, it may be very a lot to take in. So as much as I want to say go build your own, if it is too much as in not so much in price, but like, you know, you are putting very expensive parts together. So if you put it wrong or haven't done it before or don't trust yourself with that amount of information, you can go pre-built. But if you go pre-built, do have to kind of be cautious of who to go with and what have you, because you definitely don't want to... That's where it becomes iffy, because I could go with some recommendations, but they're also from the States, and I don't know if some sites would ship overseas, if that makes sense. So, yeah, if I recommend some pre-built sites, like I said, it's probably not going to be that great, but yeah. So it does kind of somewhat boil down to the individual, because I would say go build your own, but I can understand someone may not have the time, or it may be too complicated for them, and that's completely understandable. It's so I stop being annoying. Do you have any PC recommendations? I mean, as I said, I'm kind of desperate. Well, the one thing I can recommend, if you are building your own, is it PC Pickers? Is it PC Pickers? That looks right. Build your system. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, there is a website called PC Part Pickers. I think it actually is a European site. So, but the problem is you're going to see prices from different websites. So you're going to see like Newegg, you're going to see Amazon, I think even Walmart. But of course, I'm going by my own search results, so I don't know what's going to come up different for you, if any. So, but I could imagine for your end, you're probably going to see Amazon and Newegg a lot. Yeah, and that's I'm going to go ahead and post that in chat if you're interested. And I think if you get all the parts the way you want, I think you actually can kind of... I think if you create an account with the site, you might actually be able to save that particular build. But that is... But if you want to build your own, that is one site you can do. Isn't building your own a bit more expensive? Kinda not, if you pick the right time to get them. So basically, parts are going to come down in price. You could always count on Black Friday. So Black Friday deals, when they hit, like, prices are going to go down. That would be like the most optimal time to like check up on when prices go down. All else fails, Black Friday. Just got to wait for Christmas to roll around, and hopefully around there is when you're going to see prices come down. That's the best time to look into it. So just a heads up on that end. And so technically, it's not. If anything, it should be cheaper as long as you know what you're doing. However, if you do go in on any random day, then there's a good chance it's not going to make a difference either way if you go pre-built or build your own. The only time to where I think you actually would go over, if anything, would if you're not looking correctly and you end up getting something that probably doesn't have free shipping. That would be the only time to where if there's any cost that's going to go over, it's going to be shipping cost. Because obviously, if you get like one PC pre-built and you get sent to you, well, you're just having to pay shipping costs for that one particular item. But a lot of people do free shipping if you stack your purchases. So if you stick to the same site, you might actually be able to get that entirely waived, and therefore it actually, again, it would just kind of just balance itself out. So if you just go with anything, and just don't care, there might be shipping costs, and that shipping cost, where I think it actually would hit below, might actually even out, so it would be this, so it would be the same. Yeah. But it also does depend on where you go for everything and such. The one thing I can say for like my PCs, my setup, the laptop I have is MSI. The graphics card that I have in my gaming PC, that one is also MSI as well. So I have kind of gotten a feel that maybe it's actually pretty good. Huh. Okay. Okay, so it looks like you already know the site. I5, that's good. Okay, going with a solid state drive. Yeah, solid state drives are kind of... if you want speeds, yeah, that's kind of the way to go. Okay. Okay. One mild... Wait, nope, there it is, there it is. Okay. So, I'm used to, like, I'm used to NVIDIA graphics cards, and I was, for a second there, I was like, where's the, graphics card? But yeah, now I see it. Sadly, I'm not too familiar with AMD. That's the only thing. It says it's 8 gigs. Yeah, looking at it, it looks, doable. The one thing I have heard is it seems like almost everyone that I know, when it comes to graphics cards, that's where they go NVIDIA. But honestly, here's actually another thought. You could actually... So, there's a difference between getting a perfect build, and then there's, for someone that's on a budget, a tight budget, here's a thought, and I have heard this multiple times. Get the CPU you want. The CPU is going to be kind of like the heart and soul of the entire build. That and your power supply. Because if your power supply goes out, you know, you're kind of solid. $50 plus gold, okay, or $80 plus gold, okay, yeah. 55, what? 55 could work. But yeah, the one thing you do need to make a note of, for when you do go with a power supply, you do need to focus on wattage, and when it comes to wattage, you do need to understand that the amount of power that could be sent to certain components will determine the graphics. If you try and upgrade the graphics card, you can upgrade the graphics card, and it would be fine, but if the wattage off the power supply is not working properly, by that I mean it's not feeding enough power to that graphics card because you did do a serious upgrade, that can also have some issues. So like if you upgrade on down the line, because I don't know if you're going to do one and done, and like this is the PC now and forever, or if it's going to be like, well, I'm going to get this to upgrade this to upgrade this. If it's something like, oh, I'm just going to like upgrade as time goes on, you're probably actually just going to want to go with the good CPU and power supply. And most specifically, you're going to want to look at the wattage and make sure the wattage is good. With that, after that, you're going to want to focus on your graphics card, and your graphics card is probably going to be the most expensive thing there is. So and something tells me this other build is probably going to be far worse. But we'll see. And here's another thing to think about. You can upgrade, you can get the CPU you want, you could get the power supply that you want, but another option you can do is skip on getting the graphics card now, and as long as you get like a really good CPU, you could actually run games on very low settings, and actually do that as a temporary, temporarily, until you can get like enough money for the graphics card that you want on down the road. So that is something else to keep in mind. Because I actually had to stream my gaming PC a little bit off of Intel graphics temporarily, because I had to do the RMA. Okay, so I'm looking at the other particular one. CPU seems to be an AMD. I do hear that a Ryzen is really good, so I see the AMD Ryzen. That's not bad. So I can at least say the CPU is good. Okay, it's 65 wattage. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is exactly Okay, so here's one thing that is really good about PC part pickers. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. Where it says compatibility, you notice that in that second link, it's red. I looked at it and I already deciphered what that is. So let me look at the first link. Okay, yeah, so there's no compatibility issues. So I clicked on it to see like what was incompatible, because that's one thing about PC part pickers that does come up is sometimes not all components mix very well with other components. So they would actually straight up tell you, oh yeah, this motherboard is not compatible to this CPU, it's not compatible to this graphics card or what have you. They would straight up tell you, this don't work. And I had to look it up because I was like, well, I don't know who built this particular like rig here, and I had to look it up, and it does say you might want to upgrade the BIOS on the motherboard. So that's a thing. So for that second link, make sure when you get everything up and running, go into your BIOS. You have to like restart the computer and like tap. I think the key changes depending on the motherboard. Like delete. I think enter could be another one. So, and I think for like Dell, it might be like one of the like F keys, I think. But yeah, you also would need to like update some BIOS. Otherwise, you might have like various different things happening that is very wonky. It works, but you just gotta like update the BIOS. What does CPU overclock mean? So it's all about the power of the CPU, what it could do. And basically, so every CPU has like a letter at the end of it. There could be F, there could be K, there could be X, T, or what have you. There's like different, and every letter has like its own form of what it is. And that I'm aware of, F for, and this is specifically for CPUs, graphics cards are the exact same thing. Or similar. With CPUs, you might have nothing at the end, and what that means is you are unable to overclock. F means there's no built-in F for CPU would mean that there's no video graphics coming integrated in the CPU, so you can't see an image. And then there's K. K means you can overclock it. So it's the overall power that you could get out of it. So if someone, and for someone that has a low budget, that would be something that you would probably need to tinker with later on. As games get more advanced, you're going to need to be able to be up to par if you want to run higher graphics on some games. The safe way to do is just, you know, dumb down the graphics and go as low as you possibly can and work your way up and just not do any overclocking. But basically with overclocking is it can shorten the lifespan of the graphics card, or in this case CPU. And with the CPU, it basically it's going to be more powerful, it's going to be faster, it's going to be a lot more than what it's capable of at stock by default. And what you're essentially doing is kind of doing an internal upgrade that it could kind of run higher graphics, essentially. That's what that is. What does wattage mean? Wattage is essentially having to do with the amount of overall power, because there's going to be power that's going to be going into the power supply, and then there's the amount, and what's coming into the power supply is not the same that's coming out. So it's just taking in all the power that it needs, and then through the components it would be able to send signals from a component to the power supply that, hey, we need more power to this and that, etc. So basically with wattage, every component is going to need a certain amount of power coming off of the power supply. And even though you could probably go with like a high number, it's only going to use up like this much. And this overhead that you have is basically going to be like your upgrade capabilities. Oh, there's a new graphics card that came out. Well, if I pop that in, it's probably going to take up even more. And if it becomes too much, yeah. And what's going to happen is when something is underpowered, you're just not going to get an image out of it. So you're just going to see black screens and this and that. But if you have the proper amount of power supply, with the wattage, it's going to be able to distribute the power evenly to every component that is necessary. Because otherwise, it's going to not know what power needs what, things are going to be underpowered, and there's where all your wonkiness comes in. Black screens, blue screens of death, etc. And it doesn't hurt to go over, but it would hurt to go under, if that makes sense. It keeps saying incompatible. You're going to have to click on it and see what it says. And it should take you right to where you got to go. Also, why does it say Wi-Fi and no Wi-Fi in some motherboards? Some motherboards have built-in Wi-Fi, others would not. And it's directly probably telling you that some have them and some don't. Honestly, I would prefer to probably, if the price is not changed at all, I would probably just go with the, no Wi-Fi. But then again, it also does depend on the individual, because if someone can't get a hard line into their room, let's say for example to their PC, you're obviously going to need to use Wi-Fi, but there are adapters and stuff like that. I actually have a Wi-Fi, well actually it's not my computer, it's actually I think it's actually my mom's, and I was able to like get like a little, it is the smallest, I don't know if I have anything here. Yeah. So, like, I have, like, a little flash drive right here. So, I don't know if you could, like, see this. So, I have, like, a little flash drive right here. But it's basically, it's as small as this, but it's for Wi-Fi. I mean, this is just a flash drive for storage. So, you know, it's got, I think it's got like 100 gigs or something like that. But I do have a flash, it's kind of like this. It's like the same size and everything. It's just down in here, there's going to be like lights that light up, and that's going to be telling you that the Wi-Fi is working. And basically on my mom's PC, I basically have something like this, but it's like built-in Wi-Fi and stuff. I don't have anything else that could like represent, but it is like this size. It's literally just like a nub, and you just plug it in and there's your Wi-Fi. You might have to like install, well then again with Windows 10 you might actually be able to get like drivers installed automatically and stuff, so you probably don't even have to worry about that. Honestly, this is so confusing. It's one of those things to where like I say, it's just overwhelming for people. So desperate to stop, though. I wish I could show you my screen. Yeah, I'll try my best to help you explain some things. I actually kind of feel like if you ask me some of these questions, like the one you just asked about, like the Wi-Fi, no Wi-Fi, and telling you like you can't get like adapters and stuff, I don't know if I would be able to explain the adapters correctly if I was just doing this. Because for the longest of time, this was my stream. I had no face cam or anything. But because now I have face cam, like I could actually like show you like some of the technology that I have here. But yeah, when it comes to like Wi-Fi stuff, it all does depend on what your situation is. Because like if you have like your modem in your room, you should be fine. But if you have, whether it be for like hardwire or Wi-Fi or what have you, you should be fine with your modem. But in a case of like maybe your modem is in the other room or what have you, that's where things could become very different. So yeah, I'll gladly try and answer some of the questions that you have. But yeah, do be very cautious of everything that you do. And basically, if it does feel like everything is too much to take in, everything seems confusing, everything seems very overwhelming, it is very possible you can still go the build your own route, but another thing you could do is look up in your area and see if there are any PC builder shops in your area, and you could probably ask them to see how much they would, how much it would cost to like build it for you. You could look into those. That's actually kind of how I went. It was one of those things. I knew somebody. I had a friend that knew somebody that knew somebody that knew someone that actually built PCs, and basically, next thing I know, I like call him up, and before I know it, I'm at his place, and we're like looking up parts and stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I do have Discord. Yeah, I got Discord. I have my own channel, my own Discord, what have you. So if you want to join it, you can. But if you don't want to join and you just want to add me, so there's particular numbers, and I gotta find those numbers. I remember someone was telling me about this. Oh yeah, I had some people that was trying to add me and they didn't know how to add. And yeah, it boils down to some numbers. Ah, there we go. So I think my numbers is 3631, I think. If you want to go that route, otherwise, just join the Discord. Oh, hey, there you are. Profile. Accept. Hey, dude. But yeah, you could go ahead and like send me stuff whenever. I'll take a look at it when I can. So video card, that would be your... That's the GPU. I'm going to say it and type it at the same time. That's the GPU or graphics card. It's the same thing. Yeah, it all means the same thing. So all that is, so the graphics is where all the textures and stuff end up looking. I could actually show you, I could probably try and pull up another game and like show you the difference of like what low textures and like low settings look like and what high textures and high settings look like. Well, wait a second. No. You should have a PC, so you should already know what that that bull crap is. Never mind, I'm the worst. What do you recommend? For graphics cards? I mean, I'm not saying that AMD is bad. It's just I'm not familiar with AMD. So when it comes to graphics cards, I would probably say, I mean, my forte is more NVIDIA, and when it comes to NVIDIA, you could also look into an NVIDIA card and see if there's a AMD equivalent. You could probably do that. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm more familiar with NVIDIA, but you can try and look into seeing if there's a AMD equivalent of some kind. And anything in particular is like, it also does depend if you want RTX or no RTX, and basically that just helps with shadows, reflections, and that's kind of more or less it. Maybe there might be like some color or what have you that might also be different as well. Some kind of type of like exposure, white balance, or what have you. So when it comes to graphics cards, there are... So AMD is always going to be cheaper. And that's kind of been one of the things that it's been hard for AMD to actually get something that's good. Because with AMD, they always been lackluster. And I believe with their CPUs, they're just now catching up. So it's kind of understood that AMD, when it comes to graphics card, is kind of not the greatest. And NVIDIA, you're paying more, but you get quality out of it. So it's kind of one of those trade-offs. And again, it does depend on your build. Because what you can do is go with... you can probably... you could probably look up an AMD equivalent of a NVIDIA card. And with NVIDIA, at the very minimal, I think it's like the GTX 6016 series, I think, is what it's called. And that's probably like the lowest you probably want to go. So whatever the equivalent of that is. But if you want RTX, you need an RTX 2060 or better. So yeah, that's gonna depend on the budget for the most part. Yeah, but they are... Okay, never mind. I already read that. Still looking at a video card. It's hard. And by the way, if I do actually, like, end the stream or what have you, we could always still, like, continue this conversation off stream. I just won't have, like, the stream to be able to show you what I'm talking about sometimes. So just a heads up on that front. Oh, really? A lot of them are out of stock. Okay. And if I remember correctly, most, if not all, graphics cards should be almost most of the time, if not always, compatible to every motherboard for the most part. The only time to where it may be awkward is if some people want to go with a horizontal mount or a vertical mount. But they do have, like, adapters and stuff that could, like, help people, like, get that look and feel. And that also would depend on possibly even the case as well. Depending on the case you get might determine if you gotta, like, do a horizontal mount or a vertical mount or horizontal. But yeah, you can go AMD. It's just I'm not familiar with the AMD equivalent of a graphics card. But it's out of stock. Oh, don't you hate that? So if you do have, I'm pretty sure, again, I'm not familiar with AMD at all. So I'm going to say, oh wait, that was an Intel. For some reason, I thought they were both, AMD. Okay, never mind. So, yeah, okay. So, when it comes to freaking CPUs, from both of the links that you gave, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong on this because I don't know AMD that much, but I'm almost positive that both of these CPUs should have graphics in them up until I saw the F. Never mind. So that i5 does have an F at the end of it, so that means there's no video coming out of it. What I was saying earlier is if it has a K or no letter after it, that's going to mean that there is going to be internal graphics built in. So it's not that great, and it's not recommended, but as a temporary, if you run games on low graphics, you should be able to play just about anything. So, since that's an i5 and I see an F at the end of it, that means it's not going to have eternal graphics at all. I'm curious of what the G is for the thing. Oh, that's a K. Hold up, that is a K. In this. Yeah, that's a K. Okay, so that's an i5, yeah, so that's going to have, like, internal graphics. If you really wanted to, with this build, it is possible you might actually be able to hold off on getting the graphics card, because you would be able to run your Intel graphics, and you can do that as a temporary. I'm pretty sure, I forget if i3s have them, but I'm pretty sure i5 and i7 both have internal graphics built in. Unless there's, like, a letter in it that says no. And I'm pretty sure F is no. But that's the case. So that means this i5, 20,600K, that's telling me that is, well, one, that's a really good i5, for one. Two, that also is telling me that it is overclockable. What's the max I should pay for my case? Honestly, you kind of go with just about anything. The only thing is, for someone that probably doesn't know, like, the size of their parts and stuff, you probably want a mid or high tier case. And by high tier, I mean, like, you have different sizes, low, medium, and high, and you probably want a mid-tier or high-tier case, and that's just going to be more space for, you are going to want wind to be able to go in and out. It doesn't matter if you go liquid cooling or fan cooling, you are going to want to put up fans so that way air can go in and out of your PC. And because whatever is in your PC, the heat, you want that out so that way it stays cooler. Cooler PCs, better temperatures, better performance. And so, yeah. Sometimes cases could have built-in fans, and you might be able to take advantage of that. I don't know if this is actually going to show me. I think this is just going to take me to the website. I don't know if it's actually going to show me the actual... Yeah, it's just going to show me a blank. Sadly. I actually never saved one myself, but... yeah, it's just going to show me a blank screen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can save a build. I just never did it myself. I always just, like, tinkered around with those, but I never actually made one. But yeah, cases, if someone knew what they were doing, technically you could run everything outside, like on a desk. As long as there's no, although it's not recommended though. It's not recommended, but technically someone can actually just lay all their components on a desk and they could run it off of that. You just need to not have anything metal, like, touch other metal. Otherwise, you're probably going to seize up a motherboard, and you're probably going to need a new motherboard if that happens. But I've seen it to where people actually like taken like a cardboard box and just ran everything off of that. But yeah, it is recommended to get a case, but it's not technically not mandatory, but it's definitely not recommended. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Mid tower. Yeah, you might be fine with a mid tower. My bad. I thought they called them tiers, but yeah, it's towers. So yeah, that's a mid tower PC. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Looking at it. That might be a... God damn it. Yeah, that might be a fan or another to it. Yeah, so that might have a built-in fan. Might actually have two. Looks like there might be two fans in them. So, and you're always going to want to make sure that those are working, because the more fans you do have, the more you could like direct the hot air. Under the most extreme circumstances, you could actually probably get a regular upright fan and just point it directly at your PC from the front. Some people actually have cooled their PCs like that. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm doing it right now. Because it gets really hot in my room, especially when I stream, so... But that's the thing. Power supply. Yeah, power supply, you don't need anything ridiculous if, you don't need anything ridiculous as long as, it all depends if you're wanting to upgrade. If you're wanting to upgrade, you're gonna make sure you want the wattage like a little bit more, so that way you have some overhead to work with. So, if I could... I'm gonna go back to that picture that you sent me. So yeah, so like your wattage right now is, I'm going by the image you sent, and it says it's 500, so like, theoretically, you should be fine with just about any power supply. You don't need anything too over the top. Anything is good as long as it's not... It all depends if you want to upgrade. Because if you upgrade a CPU or RAM, that's just more added power that you need to make a note of. Oh god, yeah. You could probably even get like a 650 watt, maybe. But again, it all does depend if you want overhead, this is perfect. If you want overhead to like upgrade on down the road, I would think 750 would be perfect. If you want like a little bit of overhead. But yeah, with your build, if it's one and done, you can knock this down to something more like 650 and be fine. 650 or 700 wattage. you might be able to save like a few bucks out of that. I don't know how much, but it's a thought. Got another photo here. Yeah, so from what I'm seeing, everything looks fine. Solid state drive, nice. Yeah. Looks good. Now, operating system, I understand, but what does maximum support memory mean? I would have to assume that would be maybe your RAM. I would think. Because memory, that should be RAM. Yeah, so like for your RAM right now, you're looking at 16 gigs. 2 gigs of RAM. So oh, is it storage memory? I would think that would be storage memory. And I think what that is just like minimal amount of like storage capacity, because your OS is gonna need a certain amount of space, gigs wise, to fit on your hard drive. And technically, a lot of people would actually go with separate hard drives, one for their OS and another one for all their games that they have. Otherwise, you're not going to have a whole lot of space, and you're going to be having to install, uninstall, install a bunch of games multiple times. Unless you could like really focus on like a few games and just kind of main those and be fine. But if you're like me and like variety, yeah, you're probably going to want like more storage space. Looking at that, that's what I would think. When I hear memory, my first thought is like RAM, but RAM should be fine. But yeah, if it's like storage space, that you are going to need a certain amount of space for it. And whatever it says, it should be overhead. What do you think I should get? Basically whatever if you're trying to get games, you will need a minimum of Windows 10, but then again, so there is technically a Windows 11, but I don't know how optimized it is, if that makes sense. But yeah, at the very least, you're going to want Windows 10. Because that's what I have, and that's what a lot of people today, I think, are using. I'm sure at some point in the near future, I don't know how near, if it's like a few months or a few years, but at some point, I'm sure Microsoft is going to want everyone to upgrade to a Windows 11. I might be back in a bit. Gotta go now. Alright, dude. Yeah, we could always continue this conversation off stream and what have you. Also, I just now kind of realized I kind of broke my rule about helping people while I stream because that's how I got hacked. Really did happen, by the way. But yeah. Anyway, so let's continue on here. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However,
is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
while we're heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed. By the way, appreciate the alerts, man. Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Are you sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick.
Ha!
You worry about me. Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls had up. Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Because of me.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you are bragging, Kaito.
Ha!
But I feel like... But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito.
Damn it! I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Dude. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Anyway, we'll stop there today. I'll get this. There we go. Yeah. Well, shit. That was something. That was something. Alright, well, yeah, I guess I'm probably gonna have, Sandus Boy, text me stuff, after the stream, so I'm going to I'm probably gonna send that message out, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so that was really interesting. So, next stream, I'm going to do my usual stuff here. But we'll see what happens here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're going to be doing, Horizon, Zero Dawn. Yeah, so we are going to be doing, Horizon Zero Dawn on Wednesday. I think is how we're going to probably do it. On an occasion, I might consider doing some Danganronpa on Wednesdays if I feel like I want to like speed up the process or something. But we'll probably stick to Horizon Zero Dawn on Wednesday, and most likely for Sunday as well. But we'll see if I feel I want to change anything up, but I think that'll be, for the most part, what we'll be shooting for. Danganronpa on Saturday, and Horizon Zero Dawn on Sunday, and most likely on Wednesday as well. If something happens, I just really want to speed up the process with Danganronpa, I'll probably do that, but most likely, probably not. But, who knows? Yeah, so we'll be juggling between those two games for a little bit. And, yeah, we'll just see what happens. Anyway, Sandus Boy will probably go back and forth in Discord and what have you. So, sorry, I'm getting a message here from him. Anyway, so, Sandus Boy, appreciate you hanging out with me. Anybody else that stopped by from the raid from Detective Sparky, really awesome that she was able to stop by and see what's going on. Welcome, welcome Nuts. Appreciate you stopping by. Hello, hello. We're actually kind of ending the stream here, actually. So, yeah. Basically, we just completed a chapter, and, like, I've been going at it for 7.5 hours. I think that's a full day for me. So, I kind of started early, and I was hoping to end early, but when it comes to finishing a chapter, here we are. So, yeah, I'm kind of done for the day, sadly. But I do want to thank Detective Sparky for stopping by to the channel, raiding me and all. So anybody that stopped by from that particular raid, I really do thank you. I'm on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so whichever platform you prefer. I know some people that actually watch me on YouTube, but they would use the Twitch chat. So anyway, you could also join the Discord if you want to do so. You can also follow me on Twitter. I usually try and update both Twitter and YouTube. I try to both update Twitter and Discord for whenever I go live. So, yeah, if you want to join the Discord or follow me on Twitter, you could always... there is actually a plugin on my Twitch account to where you can actually see my Twitter feed. And, yeah, so you actually don't need, like, an account. But if you want to... If there's any updates stream-wise, if I need to take a day off or change a game, what I said I was going to do... If anything happens, Twitter, Discord is usually going to have, like, all the information. But yeah, I usually play PC games, and I play variety, whatever games I'm kind of feeling, whatever I'm into. And at the moment, we just recently finished God of War. That was a lot of fun. And now I'm kind of going through Danganronpa and Horizon Zero Dawn. Wednesday, let's go! Thank you, Sandus Boy. Appreciate you, man. I love to have you again, as always. But if you ever do miss a stream, you could always catch me on the weekend or so. There's always next time. Don't worry about you. I would always say to people, focus on your own family, yourself, and just gonna message you in a bit about the stuff. So be ready. It's all good, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'll try and respond when I can. If I'm busy at all, I'll probably try and, like, whenever, as soon as I possibly can, I'll go ahead and see what I could do for you. But yeah, hopefully you think everything all the way through. Don't if there is a question, don't hesitate to ask, because, like, every little piece of information could help you in the end. So even if it's not coming from me and, like, some other friends or family that could probably help you out, who knows? Definitely, damn it, I wish there's one particular mod that would be really into a lot of the different stuff or another about this. There's one particular mod I have to where, like, I think in 2019 or so, I think he built, like, a PC or something. So, like, he's probably gonna be more informal than I would. I could try and message him, but I don't know if he would respond back, but I could give it a shot if you want to go that route. But anyway, but yeah, we'll talk more after the stream and stuff. So, but anyway, guys, I stream Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and yeah, next stream will be on Wednesday. We'll be playing Horizon Zero Dawn, and yeah, I think that's about it. I love you guys so very, very much, and I hope to see you guys all again in the next one. Born to lose, live to win. I love you all, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday for some Horizon Zero Dawn. It's gonna be great. Looking forward to it. Alright, guys. Later. Montenay.